Hey, Ja. Hey, Mia. Hey, Gray. Hey, Mac. Thank you for resubscribing while I was starting my stream. You're so generous. Let's keep it like that, I guess. And then let's see if I can, like, fix the green screen filter. That looks better. Oh my god, thank you for resubscribing. Thank you so much. Hi, makeup looks incredible. Thank you. I just was bored, so I was like, I guess I'll stream. Because like I was just kind of like just sitting around just doing nothing. And I was like, let's make do with our day. Because I'm not just going to waste another day. So. And I shaved my chest, so you're welcome. You're all welcome. Hi, Oscar. I don't know if I said hi. I'm literally rubbing off this titty contour. I think the other day when I was at the beach, I forgot to wipe off my titty contour, which is kind of embarrassing. I was walking the beach with my titties out, and I forgot to wipe off the titty contour, which is kind of embarrassing, but you know. Okay, thanks. My game captured crashed. Okay, so we have to find Breath of the Wild. Unless it's already in there. Maybe. I was like, this controller is not dead. Let's not entertain that idea. Yeah, I don't have the game card, so we have to find it. Hi, Zeno! It's not in there. I hate when I do this. I also don't even think I have this game. I don't know why I have the cartridge. I usually don't even buy games, like, physical anymore. I just buy them on the eShop because it's more convenient when I want to play it. I don't have to do all this shit. Like, looking through all of these game cases, these game redacteds. Don't even... I have 2 physical things of Mario Kart. For what? What's that about? I'm not about to not have this game show up. Oh, we're gonna fight if I can't find it. Oop, there seems to be a lot in here. There it is. It was in the Animal Crossing case. Take off this glove. Hiya! What even is in here? What was the last game cartridge I used? Oh, it's Animal Crossing. Oh, that would make sense. Wouldn't it? Because Breath of the Wild was in the... Sorry. I look huge. I'm so sorry. Please don't look at my stomach. I've tried losing weight. It's not happening for me. Maybe I should put on a belt? You when you lie. So true, but also I'm gonna put on a belt. I love that I literally started stream at 10 o'clock at night. It's fine. I mean, it's not 10 o'clock at night here. I live in Australia. It's not bedtime. It's morning time. This is morning time for me. Yep, I'm mommy today. Hello. Not just mom. That makes me sound like a suburban lady with like some weird asymmetrical bob. Where's the black bob hair? Oh, shut. You better stop. Yeah, let me do this Dom mommy look with a bob. Hi, Ivy. Do you like being called Ivy still, or would you rather be called Icontique? Or like, you know. So what is happening on my game right now? I don't understand. Okay, perfect. I just didn't know. I wanted to know. I wanted to know the tea. So like, what's happening here? Like, it's just say, is it say like? Oh, so I have all the DLC? I fucking better. Oh, wow. Nintendo is not on. Thank you for reminding me. So like, oh, you can just start right in master mode. I don't know. I don't know if that's the best idea for the live stream. Wait, are you lying that this is your first time with this game? I'm not lying. I would never lie. This is definitely my first attempt at this game ever. I would never lie to you. That's kind of messed up that you would imply that I would lie about such a important thing. So do I have the, is this confirming I have the DLC? Because I don't remember buying it. So, we're gonna do normal. Because I have tried playing master mode before and I would love to do it for the stream, but I've never completed it. So we're just gonna do this because I know I can beat the base game. And the final boss in the DLC is actually super hard. So if you don't know, in Breath of the Wild Master Mode, every time you hit an enemy and you wait a couple seconds, they regen their health to max. Like, they automatically regen. So it's super hard. It is like Elden Ring. I mean, it's fun, but I've never completed it, so I don't want to, like, commit to that and be like, hey guys, we're gonna play Breath of the Wild, and then I never finish it, like every other game we play. So maybe that's on brand. Maybe I should do that. We will finish Ghost of Tsushima, though. I want to make sure I get the G-string skin, because he has, like, a thong he can wear. And then we'll play it more, because I know y'all will like the game a little more if we have a sexy skin.
Wake up, Link.
Nemlang. Hi, Necro. You when you lie. I would never. I would never do such a thing. Thank you, Dylan. I wanted to go for, like, Dommy Mommy look today. I was actually gonna do, like, a super, like, cutesy, like, pink blush and look, like, super cute today. But then I was like, wait, what if I, like, did, like, sexy, like, Dommy Mommy? What then? Well, I got pink hair extensions. So I straightened this hair tonight to curl the hair with the pink hair extensions. So I can put them in the hair. But I was like, usually when I straighten my hair, I want to get at least one use out of it before I curl it. Because, you know, putting heat on hair, it hurts the hair. So I always feel like I want to get a good run out of a straightened wig before I curl it. His feet smacking against the floor. Smack, 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 smack. Sorry. You know, Nem, you reminded me of a Dordolano. Do I really now? That's interesting, isn't it?
That is a Sheikah slate. Take it. It will help guide you after your long slumber.
Guys, I've never played this game before. I don't even know what's happening. Me 5 seconds ago going on a rant about Master Mode. I've never played this before. Womp, 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 womp. I mean, I guess this is kind of cool that we're going to play this now, and then, like, Breath of the Wild 2 comes out next year, so we'll kind of be on track. We don't need those. We don't need those. I don't need a shirt and pants. I want a jockstrap on Link. I want to see him in a Chromatica jockstrap and his Chromatica t-shirt with some House Labs on his face.
Hold the Sheikah slate up to the pedestal. That will show you the way.
Or I want to see him in a cock ring. Sorry, we just started. Why am I already going insane? If my boobs come out, can someone please let me know? This top is not really giving what it needs to give. And it's like really loose. Chromatica Tour starts so soon. Wasn't it supposed to start like 3 years ago? Not Gaga in her flop era. I'm sorry. Don't clip that out of context. I'm sorry, little monsters. I'm a supporter. I was just kidding.
Link, you are the light. Our light. That must shine upon Hyrule once again. Now go.
Wait, is this voice supposed to be Zelda? It's not Zelda, is it? Oh, I forgot to clean my teeth. I didn't want to brush my teeth because I wanted to drink a coffee, and like after you brush your teeth, like it tastes weird. It is Zelda? I don't remember that voice being Zelda. I thought it was just like an unknown force. It's Ari. Hit that high note, baby. Wow, look at the beautiful view. Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. Anyways, do you think Link has foreskin? Yes? Okay. Breast of the Wild. When I get mods, when I get naked mods for this game, oh my god, we won. We won. Hi, Marin. Oh my god, I hate that we have to restart this, so I have to go through all the fucking tutorials. Like, nobody moved. I don't need to learn. I know what I'm doing. Oh. I'm doing good. I'm just hanging out. So, this is like a common topic on my channel lately, is that a lot of the games lately, like in the media, they don't really give. And I was actually talking, Gray brought up a good point that a lot of these games we'll buy for $60 and then we'll never touch again after we either beat it or we play it. And that's not only just me, that's like every content creator, that's everybody buying these games for $60 nowadays. I don't know if it is a problem on the game developer side, or if it's even strategy maybe, because they want to sell these games for $60 and then they want to put out more DLC to get more people to buy their product, if you know what I'm saying. But it's, the game industry has really been lacking, in my opinion. So I've been like struggling to figure out what to play on stream. That's where my point was supposed to go with that. I'm sorry to derail a little bit, but I can't, like, there's not a, I don't know what the last game was that was new gen that I was like, we're gonna sit down and play this for like 5 streams. I think it was Tiny Tina Wonderlands. But even then, we finished it and we haven't touched it since. Well, I do have to play it with the besties this weekend, so. Yeah. I just don't understand, like, I say this all the time. I'm like, if you sell a game and it has any reach in the LGBT community, you are going to go places. That game is going to be popular. You're going to get sales. The LGBT community is going to adore that product. And it's gonna... I just think, like, catering to straights... No offense to our straight allies. I love our straight allies. Like, love them. But, like, catering to straights, like, with the FPS games and, like, these, like, cringy, like, weird humor. Like, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. And it's exhausting. Does that make sense? Oh, there's lots of talk in the chat. Let me scroll up. Are you going to try out Tower of Fantasy in August? What is that? Me with Final Fantasy XV. Is that 14? What's XV? In Kingdom Hearts 3. I want to replay Kingdom Hearts 3. I actually enjoyed the Toy Story chapter. I honestly only buy and replay Pokemon games. That's true. I think Pokemon has a lot of replayability, though, because it's like a JRPG and you can kind of like customize shit. I just restarted this game. I haven't touched this game since the last time we streamed it. I mean, just kidding. This is the first time I've ever played it. Like 2019. I think there's clips of me looking ugly as fuck. You can go back and kind of compare the two, which would be kind of a cool thing to see. Like, they have no replayability, or streamers feel pressured to be the first one to beat the new stuff. We need a long game so this works. Yeah, exactly. No, that's another good point. Grace spilling all the tea. That's another thing, too. Like, you know when a Dead by Daylight chapter comes out, and then everybody rushes onto the PTB, and they're like, we need to get the Mori, and we need to make a TikTok immediately so it goes viral. It's like a very jaded, like, market we're marketing to. And that's it. That's just a, like, microcosm of, like, video games in general. Like, people are rushing to the end to make the TikToks. It's like, is that really what we need? I've replayed Fallout 3 in New Vegas numerous times, yet I have to force myself to finish. Yeah, I'm not a big Fallout fan. I'm actually a big Fallout hater. I think those games are literally garbage, and they should never have been made in the first place. Sorry. Very strong opinions on that franchise. Fallout 4's DLC angered me. You have to buy the season pass just to make a whole part of it. Yeah, I can't. I'm not a big fan. I'm a big hater. May I, though, media is tough. Like, consuming stories, books, movies, video game, it's often hard to replay. I agree. Stuff is really hard to replay. But in a sense, if the story is good and the content is good, you'll want to go back and replay it after not touching it for a while. Like, I haven't played Breath of the Wild in, like, 3 or 4 years. Or whatever. And I'm, like, gonna enjoy this because it's great. And it has some replayability. But I'm, like, thinking in terms of other games. Like, I think maybe I would do the same for Life is Strange 1. Or maybe even Lollipop Chainsaw. Which we're going to play, by the way. But I wanted to play this first. It's very similar to Genshin. It's free to play, I believe. Oh, I've never heard of it. You should send me some clips, Kale. Oh my god, hi, you're fit. It's giving me everything. Welcome in, Aya. And welcome in, Diggy. Would you rather me call you Heel or Diggy? Your name reminds me of Dolph Ziggler. He's a wrestler, and he's a heel. I'm just gonna call you Dolph Ziggler. Just kidding. But yes, less pandering to the LGBTQIA+, and more getting us to actually create the game that we want to see. Yeah, I agree. Then you become a streamer who doesn't like games anymore. Yep, I agree. That's kind of the spot I'm in. I'm not really enjoying any video games right now, so I'm like, what are we gonna do? Thank you, stars. These earrings are very heavy, but thank you for the compliment. Fallout feels so clunky for me. I agree. It's not. Okay, I've caught up. 3 houses made you want to go to play the other routes. Yeah, I agree. I keep saying, yeah, I agree. Anyways. I know, literally, not me slandering Fallout and the Fallout stands are in chat. Well, I just think it's like a very, like, you have to have a, like, I don't know. Oh, I don't have the glider yet. I don't want to say, like, niche, but, like, is that the word I want to say? Maybe. Who knows? It's a very specific type of game. Like, some people don't like Genshin, but I like Genshin. I'm literally gonna die. I keep jumping, thinking I have the fucking thing. Don't come. I hate also, the only critique I have Breath of the Wild, I mean, I'm probably gonna have many critiques in the future because we're gonna replay this, but the thing I hate about Breath of the Wild is there's not music like Zelda games. It's just ambient noises. Like when you're adventuring around. Do you think I could kill the goblin with this barrel? Let's inspect. Okay. Hey, watch it, toots. Guys, I can do this. Wait, stop. You should watch yourself. Oh, I did it. Okay. You will suffer the consequences. Okay. Oh. I'll take that. Giggles. Oh, get wrecked. Have bought a ton of companies. I know, it's literally, what is it, Monopoly or something? I don't know, you're going to law school, so you should know bigger words than me. Bobby, thank you so much for the follow. Can I just have a mod change it to followers 5? Because this game doesn't, I don't need any spoilers. You can turn the timer off a little bit. I appreciate it. I played the new Fire Emblem Warriors game and it made me buy Fire Emblem Three Houses. Yeah, I have a friend, they're in Goose Games community, their name's Kat, and they bought Fire Emblem Three Hopes because they liked Fire Emblem Three Houses and didn't realize that Fire Emblem Three Hopes was a hack and slash, and they hate hack and slashes, and I was like, please. Do you guys think I could do the speedrun strat that you get on the rock and then you do the time thing? Do you know what I'm talking about? There's never in between with Fallout. Either love it or don't. So it is totally understandable. Yeah, I mean, I'm more of a Skyrim girl. If we're in terms of like companies and shit. Also, hi Talos. I saw you say something and I didn't read it. I'm so sorry. I remember modding Skyrim so fiercely that it would crash every time I went to a certain town, and also my game didn't even look like Skyrim anymore. So I don't know I can really say I'm a Skyrim fan, because I was kind of just like, yeah, give my character an AK-47 with booty shorts and a tank top, and make her look like an IMVU character. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Yes, thank you. I did fix it. I've been having like issues with everything lately. I want to get the new Elgato stuff. I don't know. Can we like, hey Elgato, I'm stunning and fierce and sexy. Can you please send me a nice, can you send me a PR pack with a mic and a webcam? I'm a great gamer. Please leave me alone. Please get out of here. From the neck down. Sorry, I don't know why that sent me. You're giving me Bosco from the neck down, but ugly troll in the fucking face, you pig. Sorry, what? So Grand Theft Auto, yes. Ask your 2K rep for an Elgato scoop. Oh, true, T. Well, I saw that 2K, they sent out, like, cute quarry headsets. So I'm like, I'm stunning and gorgeous. Can I have one? I'll model it. Giggles. Also, is there no Tiny Tina Wonderland headset? I want one. This guy followed my ass all the way here. Get off me! Know your place. God. Let's go talk to the fucking geezer, because something I forgot to do something. Do you mind? That's true. Words out of my mouth. Yep. You always say that. You're kind of insane. Like, do you, like, actually need a Steam gift card for the summer sale? I think it's so funny. You're playing free-to-play games nonstop when the Steam summer sale is happening. Do you need help, honey? Like, what is happening? Yeah, Link's on life support. What if I jump in the fire? What then? Nom 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 nom. I fear worse than the SmackDown's women division. It's not funny, but the way you said it, I giggled. I giggled. What does he want me to do again? I don't remember. Does he want me to go to the church? Yeah, he'd probably want me to go to church. He looks like someone on the fucking Supreme Court. Old fucking man deserves to... What? Sorry. You were intimidating me. Did y'all see? I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this on stream. Did y'all see somebody? Oh my god. Did y'all see somebody on TikTok dox the Supreme Court? I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. I'm sorry. Can I cut the cameras? Oh my god. That is so horrible. Who would do such a thing? By the way, everyone, make sure to download Tell Me Why from the Steam. Yes, I was gonna play it for Pride Month, but Pride Month is like over. So we'll probably play it in July just cause like Pride season, but we're a liar outdated. Damn, we lost. What the? I like breaking pots. Who likes pot? Oh, a chest. I haven't played Tell Me Why, no. Everybody played it last summer because everybody got it on the Xbox Game Pass. And like a lot of the stream queens were like provided hashtag sponsored by it. I wasn't chosen because I was a flop and I'm a flop and deserve to D-word. The direct today canceled Pride. Yeah, I don't like how it was that early. It was fucking so early. You know when a direct is early that it's a flop. Yeah, I really wanted to play it for Pride Month, but honestly, like, Pride Month wore my ass out. Also, did y'all see my post? Apparently my town is talking shit that the drag queen brunch, like, all of us are, like, groomers and terrible people. I'm like, okay. Anyways. It's the ignorance for me. I'm just dancing in a wig. Like, is it that serious? It was also an 18+ show, so like, hello. Like, get a grip. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was so brutal. I just set him on fire. Get fucking owned. No, it's literally ridiculous. No, this game was actually inspired by Genshin Impact. Just saying. So like, you Genshin fans, like, know where your fave came from, okay? Cause like, this glider, oh, yeah. Oh, my bad. I messed it up. I messed up the bit. Cut the feed. My hands are already sweating. Like, we were just doing the tutorial. Not me being a sweaty gamer. I want to be invited to a press event. Like, I want to be on the red carpet, like, interviewing people. I think that would be camp. Me on the red carpet. So, when was the last time you had sex? I'd be the worst interviewer. I'd be like that one interviewer that said they wanted to suck the fart out of Naomi Small's ass. Do you not know that interview? This like interviewer goes like, "Oh my god, Naomi, you smell so good," and Naomi's like, "Yeah, I just farted," and the interviewer's like, "Oh yeah, next time you do it, just let me know so I can suck the fart out of your ass." And Naomi was like, "Okay." Yeah, look it up, it's real. I think Katja and Trixie talked about it on some show. They have so many shows. You are amazing, Nam. So excited to see you playing my favorite Zelda game. Hope you have a great time. Thank you, Periwinkle Parade. So my problem also, the why we haven't
the past 100 years.
Oh, shut up. The reason why I haven't really streamed this game is because going backwards after playing this game from a Zelda game is so hard. Like, not being able to jump in a Zelda game, you do not know how difficult it is to just, like, adjust to that. It's so hard. Like, I'm sure if we play Skyward Sword, I'm gonna be in shambles. Which I'm sure we will, because everything is boring nowadays. And I want to play the HD remaster.
Before it's too late.
Hello, Des. Hi, House Music. It's why would I lie? Why would I make that up? I love Skyward Sword. It's my favorite Zelda game. Sorry, Breath of the Wild. It's my fave. We need to get the Tingle outfit immediately so this can be a Tingle playthrough. Breath of the Wild Tingle Edition. Thank you, House Music. Sorry, I've done this like little island thing so many times. I'm not reading the dialogue. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Oh, now that House Music is here, can we have a discussion? Some fucking moron on Twitter, yeah, I'm talking about you if you're watching the stream, you're a fucking moron, was trying to fight me saying the Scooby-Doo movies are badly written. Literally, I don't know who needs to tell you this, but you're wrong, and go outside and you smell. I'm so mad about it. Like, do not disrespect those pieces of... How dare you say that about Sarah Michelle Gellar? You watch your mouth. You watch your fucking mouth about my queen. Like, not everything written by this guy has to be so serious. Not every movie has to be Oscar, Grammy Award fucking winning stupid storytelling. Maybe actually live your life and laugh at a movie for once. Sorry you don't think farts are funny. I'm mad about it. I'm mad. I'm bothered. I'm bothered. I'm still bothered by it. It happened hours ago. And I stand by it. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if it's a stupid thing to fight about. I don't care if I shouldn't have reacted the way I did on Twitter. Bitch! I will fight for my queens in that movie. That movie is one of the greatest movies of all time, if not one of the best live action movies, if not the best live action movie of a cartoon ever fucking created. I don't want to see any of this stupid new gen shit. I don't want to see any of this new, like, Avatar, like, comic book shit. No, no. The Scooby-Doo ones are the best live action cartoon movies of all time. It's not up for debate. Yes! Sarah Michelle Gellar walked and met Mary, or whatever her name is, when Jesus Christ parted the Red Seas. And she was the moment. Sarah Michelle Gellar was there. She's an icon. She is... Oh! Excuse me. These Sarah Michelle Gellar haters down here. These Twitter trolls. I can't. I'm like hot. I'm like hot. Oh! I'm like mad. I'm so mad about it. Okay, Link, let's not die. How could you watch that movie when literally Velma comes down the staircase in that latex bodysuit and the makeup done and her hair all done up and gorgeous and be like, yeah, this movie was poorly written. Literally. Oh, I have to censor myself. I need to stop. I can't. I will say something that will hurt someone's feelings. Very, very much. And they will never forget what I say to them. Ooh. I can't. Shut up! I mean, T, like, how could they? They're so wrong for that. Like, how could they ever make a cartoon not have serious screenwriting? Ugh. Like, what is wrong with that guy? I don't even know his name. Also, he wrote Guardians of the Galaxy and Suicide Squad. Like, watch your mouth. Not coming for Sarah Michelle Gellar and Margot Robbie. Watch your mouth! Watch it! I'm gonna start a forest fire. That's our journey. Did you see, though, the third movie got canceled? They were gonna have a third movie, and apparently Shaggy and Scooby were gonna have this weird Like, I don't even know. They were gonna have like, they were gonna be like homophobic or something. Like, I don't understand. What was that about? See, that one's poorly written. I don't know what that's about. Okay, well, what does it mean? What do you mean, like, it was described that they had to get rid of their prejudices. Like, what? Not that being transphobic. Wow. Wow. How they judge the monsters. Oh. I guess that makes more sense, huh? Hi, GameX. Would you rather me say epic? Oh, epic. What? There's so many words in that. Is that true? No, it's not. They said it was described. A girl gasped. They literally said the writer, the guy that was gonna write the third movie that got canceled, he said that they had to get rid of, Scooby and Shaggy had to get rid of their prejudices and like baggage from learning that they're the monsters and like the victims or whatever. I just saw prejudices or whatever and I was like, not them being homophobic. Why are you writing them being homophobic? Explain. But it's just for a bit. It's just a bit. Epi, perfect. I just try to, like, anytime I see someone's username, I just try to say a word in their username that is not a bad word. Because some people, like, try to trick you with their usernames. So I, like, purposely mispronounce people's usernames. Just so you know, I don't accidentally say something inappropriate. Oh, girl, we're dead. Oh, we're dead. Oh, we're dead. Link, don't die, you're so sexy. True, true. So I'm right. Cole's saying I'm right, and Cole goes to, like, law school or some bullshit, so he's smart, so I'm right. Okay. Okay, let's calm down over there. All right. Okay. The third movie was going to be that gang hired people to get rid of monsters, and it turns out the people were actually monsters, the monsters were people. Yeah, I saw that too. I don't know how that would have... Oh! Let's not have a titty slip. Yeah, that's an interesting take. I still can't believe they were like, yeah, we're not making this movie. Like, why not? I would have just filmed them all back to back like American Horror Story. I would have done like 10 of the films. Okay, she shouldn't have died in I Know What You Did Last Summer. What was that about? She has like one of the most successful chase scenes in horror movie history, and then she like turns around for a second and the killer kills her. Like, what is that about? What is that? Literally teleporting. Yeah, I mean, they must have been pretty far into the writing if they, like, knew all that, right? I mean, I would imagine. I'm gonna say they were far into the writing, because I am right with everything in life. I'm never wrong. I've never been wrong in my entire life. Never. You know what's a gag though? I watched maybe 2 episodes of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I've never seen the full series. I love it from afar, but I've never watched a full season of it. But I love Sarah Michelle Gellar. Thank you. I don't know why I decided to get into like mommy dommy fofami drag today, but I decided to. I have also never seen it. I've seen like 2 episodes and she like makes out with this guy and then he turns into a vampire and I'm like, ooh, that's kind of hot, but you know. Hey. Slay, I guess. Slay! Do you think I'll die? Oh, I would fully die from this drop. Oh. Oh, skills. I planned that. That was all planned. No, I'm never wrong. I'm never wrong. Never. Not these tutorial dungeons. I'm about to scream and shit on the floor. I can't. When the tutorial is over, I can breathe again. Get it? Because Breath of the... Wait, is that why you said it was Ari, Breath of the Wild? Breathe in. So, where's my present? Oh. I was like, is someone gonna give me the power to, you know, do this? I've also 100% in this game. Like, I've actually, unironically, 100% in this game. When I got this game... Oh, wow, it's actually a lot... When did this game come out? It's been a while. Because it was on the Wii U. When I got this, the reason I say that is because I was working at GameStop as a manager, and I was, like, 18. And I got the book, the tutorial book, when they used to sell those. And I 100% in this game. Nutty, thank you so much for 7 months. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your subscriber emotes. We are approaching our new subscriber emotes very, very soon. Oh, that's right. I remember it came out near my birthday. That's why I was like, I'm gonna treat myself to this. And I did. Is this easy mode? It is. On me birthday. It came out on your birthday? You better work. You better slay that day you were born. Oh, I want this to fly. Oh! I thought it was gonna come back and hit me in the face. Yes, it is. I love Skyward Sword. It's my favorite. That's why I was so excited. Everybody was like, yeah, I like don't want this remade on the Switch. And I was like, fuck yes! I was like the only one. Oh, shut up. Grandma. Sorry, it's a dead body. Maybe I should be more respectful. Anyways. I was playing in the womb. Are you a Pisces? I feel like we've talked about this. That's interesting, isn't it? I'm like so hunched over. I have so much gamer hunch today. I unironically threw my back out the other day while I was stretching playing Monster Hunter Rise. I don't know what I did. I stretched and I fucked my back up. I blew my own back out. Can you give me the paraglider? How am I gonna get down there? I want to do a chic look. I want to do a chic cosplay. It's on my throne. Somebody should buy it for me. Or roller skates. Either work. IRL stream where I learn how to roller skate. That would be such a slay. Like, come on. I'm like scared my boobs are gonna come out. Sam, thank you so much for the follow. I'm doing my second playthrough of Skyward Sword now. I freaking love the art style, the soundtrack, the story. Same. It's so good. So like, how are we gonna get down? You can't. So you're just not gonna give me the glider, okay? Messy queen. Oh! I didn't want to do that! That is so messy. Like, why would you not give me the glider? We have to go all the way over there. Has everybody installed their ACs yet? Am I the only person that doesn't have their AC installed? Oh, there's one over there. Fuck, I knew there was another one in the winter area. Can you stop taking damage? Get over it. Oh, come on. Ooh. I want that chest, but I don't want to get rid of this flame, so picking my battles. What's up? Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, I'm setting the forest on fire. Oh dear. Well, I've been working on the railroad. Can you walk a little faster, Link? Just a little faster. I think I can snowboard to the location. Nope. Oh, maybe I can. No, I can't. I lied. Apparently he has his hair down in the second one. I saw a tweet about it today. They were like, someone was like, most excited I am about Breath of the Wild 2 is Link has his hair down. Which, like, hi. How long did it take to make Breath of the Wild 1? Why is it taking so long for Breath of the Wild 2 to, like, literally anything? Alright, this is so unnecessary. Not throwing a pebble at me. Get a job. What theories? That you play as Zelda? I thought my boob just came out. Oh my god. Losing his arm? Huh? Excuse me? Now why would he lose his arm? Explain that, America. I don't think developers are in America. That's scary. Not his Evil Dead moment. He's literally Ash from the Evil Dead. Stop. Oh my god, when we play as Zelda, we won! I want it to be dark and scary. I want to shit my pants. I want to cry. Hi, MSK. Oh, you're gonna get it good. Oh, please. I never caught that. That's crazy that so many people have, like, deciphered it. I literally haven't even caught it. I'm like, oh. Just thinking about Breath of the Wild, it's coming out eventually. I want that chest. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ostrich. In my dommy mommy era. I didn't realize how many people like to be dommed by strong women, so, that's my new brand. You're welcome. I forgot Beetle was in this game. I forgot Hestu was in this game. And started Dommy Mommy business. True. I just didn't realize people were like, I don't know why I never realized that. I'm always like, yeah, like people like want a beefy buff daddy, but I didn't realize how many people were like, I love women, please call me a nasty name and step on me. But like, spill. Like slay. I'm gonna die here. This is death. Alright. Fun's over. Oh! I don't have food. I'm not gonna make it. Oh! Any thoughts on the direct today? I did not watch it, but I saw that Near Automata is coming to Switch, as well as all the Persona games, which is a slay. Very happy about that, because I need to play Persona 3. I haven't played it yet, and I want to. Did he just push his friend off? I just heard him, like, attack. Back from dinner. Back to the middle and round again. Welcome back. That's what I'm saying. Where's the fourth one? My last few hours of work? Well, thank God, because my thing is that lately I'm so lonely while playing video games. Like, we were playing Ghost of Tsushima, and I could tell just, like, I don't care about views, but I just care about being lonely. So I'm like, please, friends, but nobody was into it. And I really am enjoying it, but I'm just like, I'm lonely, please. I'm a Pisces that needs attention, okay? I'll say that to my grave. Oh my god, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me. Please, please. I'm playing a dangerous game. I'm walking on the edge of a fucking cliff. Okay, stop, stop, stop chasing me, stop. And you deserve it, period. Well, also too, I thought it was so funny. I thought it was so funny. I don't know what made me realize this in this moment, but listen, I'm gay, so I'm very attracted to men, or they, thems, or anything remotely and, you know, masculine. But, oh shit. Oh, fuck me in the ass. This weekend, my ex texted me, and I don't know what made me think this, but it, like, completely turned my... It was just, like, a little instance. My ex texted me, and he was like, yeah, I'm coming to blank blank where I live. And he was like, oh, I'm coming to visit, like, and I really wanted to see somebody, but they decided to sleep in, so I really wanted to see that person. I was like, oh, cute, like, you're being cute. Like, I'm not attracted to my ex, whatever. Like, I don't have any feelings for him anymore because he was so abusive. And still is, for this story I'm about to tell. So I was like, oh, you're being cute, like, trying to flirt with me, like, whatever. I didn't say that, but I was like, oh, that's cute. Who are you gonna see? Like, what's going on? Why are you coming to my town? Because, mind you, before this, too, he even has said that he does not want to come to my town. When we were dating, too, he was like, I don't want to come to your town. Like, there's nothing interesting there. It's too long of a drive. I don't want to commute for you. You're not worth it. So he texts... This is why I don't trust men. Like, it's so hard for me to trust men. From the, not even from this instance, from just, like, overall in general. He goes, oh yeah, I'm gonna go see this guy named Warren. I was like, you're gonna see somebody in my town, not even say hi to me, but you're gonna, first of all, you're gonna tell me, and then you're gonna go see somebody else, but you said in our entire relationship for 4 years you weren't gonna come to my town because you didn't want to drive. Okay, so I don't know why the last couple days I've had a lot of thinking to do, and I just know what I want, and I deserve a lot more than the respect that a lot of people in my life have given me, and men are fucking horrible. Yeah. And you know, if a man is gonna disrespect me, he can kick rocks, because I'm tired of dealing with it. I'm tired of putting up with us. I'm tired of entertaining men. Like, they just think they can get away with anything. They think they can toy with my emotions, because I just can't. It's so... I'm so over it. And honestly, I was just friendly, because I'm a nice person. But honestly, I'm not gonna entertain this anymore. People are exhausting. Why text me, your ex, that you're coming to see another man in my hometown? Literally, see this right here? Jump off it. I'm done. Over it. Can I dox him? Pfft. I can't. Listen, I'm not jealous, but don't fucking DM me. I even told that straight up to him. I said, don't fucking DM me that you're doing that. Like, you're so weird for that. Like, no normal person does that. Know your worth. No, and that's why I'm so, like, not aggressive, but, like, in terms of relationships and stuff, or even with, like, friends, too, I'm like, I deserve this. I know what I want. Don't treat me a certain way. And that goes for, like, everything. And if you don't, and if you treat me like garbage, then I have no interest in you. Get away from me. And honestly, like, lately, too, I'm just like, you can just dump people. Get rid of that bad energy. Tell them to get the fuck out of your life. I'm, like, there's no reason to hold on to people that are treating you like garbage. There is no reason. Listen, there's no trade in my DMs. Well, maybe a little. They're all just attracted to... Oh, I hate that too. I hate that people are so attracted to me in drag, but they're... I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I met some guy when I was at GCX. And he bought me a drink. He thought I was a lovely gal. Lovely gal. Blizz and Vine will tell you. He bought me a drink. I gave him a nice little smooch. And I went back to the hotel room. Not with him. But I said, he was like DMing me, and I was like, do you know what I look like out of drag? And he was like, no, but I bet you're gorgeous. So I sent him a selfie, and then he just didn't respond to me. So, thanks. Great. Men are exhausting! Exhausting! Death to all of them. When a man treats me right and I get what I want, oh, it's over for everybody. Oh, it's over. You're gonna die in 7 days. I start seizing like Brenda did in that movie. That's literally me right now on this stream. Like so many, like, I don't mean this to be a rant about my life and how men are treating me like garbage, but literally every man that has graced my presence in the last, like, month has been horrible. I'm done. I'm so over it. I'm like, let me play my video games in peace and look pretty. I'm done. I'll wait till I'm 30. I can't. That's a lie. I like attention, but like, Jesus Christ. Can I get that? Can I get that? Can I get that? Boom, boom, boom. Hello? Slade. I saw someone do that one time and I was like, I'm gonna do it. I know you can parry, but I'm so bad at parrying in any video game. Like, my timing is so off, I can't. I don't have rhythm, so I can't. Anyways, how's everybody in chat doing after my rant about men? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry if you're a man. I don't mean it to you. If you're here and nice to me, I don't mean you. Can I skip? Are we done? You won't break my soul. You won't break my soul. I twerk. Big Frida in that song. Yada 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 yada. I love it. I love it. So true. I mean, I'm not really sorry at all. Do they have a Waffle House in Boston? Probably. I haven't been to Boston in like, well, I went for PAX, but like I haven't been to Boston just to like explore and like, I want to say since I worked in Boston, which was when I was 18, so that's like 5 years ago. Oh, hey. I know more about Providence than I do Boston. I love that everybody's always confused where I'm from. They're like, I thought you were from New York. I thought you were from Rhode Island. I thought you were from Boston. I'm like, yeah, true. Oh my god, you have to play this game if you haven't played it. I meant Providence. What's a Waffle House? Like just like an IHOP? Like what's a Waffle House? I don't know what that means. I agree, we should. Scooby-Doo rant, Scooby-Doo space. I've never done the spaces on Twitter. I've never even entered one. I don't even know how they work. Because if so, I'm getting you a waffle. Can I please get a waffle? I love a good waffle. Ooh, a Belgian waffle. Ooh, those are good. I have a waffle maker and I've been making them. Oh, so good. No, I agree. When he takes you out to dinner at 4 a.m. Oh my god, hard eyes, goals. Oh, I want to stir the pot. Oh, I'm gonna be messy. I want to ask a question, but it's gonna be very vague. Ooh, should I be messy? Should I be bad? Should I be messy? Hi, Ava. Is it about the waffles? No. Should I be messy? Yes. Okay, let me ask this very vague question that has nothing to do with anybody in particular. And I am definitely not asking this question for my own sanity. If... Ooh, messy, spill the tea. If, hypothetically, you were texting somebody and you were somewhat interested in them, and they slept until 4 o'clock every day, 4 p.m., and they text you good morning at 4 o'clock p.m., would that turn you off? Would that make you disinterested? Would that leave a bad taste in your mouth? Let me posit that question. Are we talking about you? I said it's a very vague question, not about anybody in particular. Why are they sleeping that late? Let me explain to you why they're sleeping that late. It's because their work requires them to sleep in very late and stay up late. It's because their work, their passions, their goals make them stay up late. Huh? What? I don't know what's happening. You're saying this like it's not you. It's not about me. It's not. It's not. Guys, it's not about me. Not everything is about me. That's a lie. Sounds like my sister, so no, please. I don't see why it would be an issue. I reply good evening to a text as a funny. True. Do we have any other opinions? That would be an instant turn off. I would block them. Very interesting. How are the kids doing? You know, because you always get pregnant. I almost said fatty. Sorry, it's not funny. It's not funny. I'm quoting a Demi Lovato video. What is your deal tonight? Nothing! It's charming, but it would be annoying as hell to get good morning texts like early when I was asleep. Like early as hell when I was asleep. Okay. Have a relationship and want to share their wisdom. Yeah, anybody in a relationship that their partner sleeps until 4 p.m. because they're streaming until 5 in the morning, and they do drag and they do Twitch streaming, so their passion is to do lots of things online and they want to do lots of things in the video game industry, so they're up very late. So your partner sleeps until 4 o'clock in the afternoon because they're just trying to live their dream out. But does it turn you off? Does it turn you on? Is it okay? Is it charming? Is it good? Is it nice? Is it okay? Do you support them? Do you support their dreams? You don't support them? You don't like lifting up your partner's dreams? Okay, I see how you are. Oh, just a hypothetical though. Not talking about anyone in particular, just asking very vaguely. I'm just wondering. They say I'm a dreamer. I just smile, everyone will be over soon. Where is this last stronghold? That hypothetical person seems like they know what they want and can have a great time. True. Maybe you're tired of hearing it or not, but honestly, do the best makeup on Twitch and gorgeous as always. Oh, thank you, Mac. I appreciate it. Honestly, sometimes I think that my makeup isn't good enough. I'm like, it's not drag enough. Why they got to text good morning at 4 p.m. That's the weird part for me. Because they're sleeping until 4 p.m. Because they have things to do. They have business to attend to. They're living their dreams out. Trying to make ends meet. There it is. So they're saying good morning because it's their morning. Just want to make sure their partner, the person they're talking to, knows that it's a good morning message. So they're awake and aware. Hypothetically. The real question is why am I not in bed with them at 4 p.m.? That's tea! That's tea. That's tea for another day. Even if you don't think it's drag, it's inspiring to me. Oh, thank you, Ivy. I try. Well, everybody's drag is different, everybody's paint is different, so it's really in the eye of the beholder. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But penis... I was gonna say something, but nothing happened. Okay. But penis... Very cool, Nem. Thank you. Thank you. I like to inspire people. Okay, I'm so stupid. Anyways. They're a 10, but they talk about themselves as a hypothetical to chat. They're a 10, but they wake up at 4 p.m. Okay, hypothetically, I would not be bothered. Text me anytime as long as I'm getting a good morning message. I don't give a fuck. But that's me. I just let things slide. Also, I find it, okay, this is completely unrelated, and I know I'm like talking like out of my ass, like saying stupid shit, but this is just in the general scheme of things. If I was really interested in somebody, I would support them no matter the cost. I just don't understand why that's hard to believe for so many gay people. Sorry. Oh, very controversial. Like, there's so many themes and like things that are always an issue. They're like, oh, you're 5'1", can't do it. Oh, you have long hair and you wear like crop tops? Ooh, not into that. Sorry, things aren't gonna work. Oh, you work the night shift at a gas station and your apartment isn't up to snuff? Ooh, can't do it. Like, get out. Ugh. Fuck off. Okay, this game just called me a slur. I feel like my whole entire life lately has just been like revolved around like chasing relationships, and I'm so not even like just dating, like just like with like interpersonal relationships and shit too. I'm like, can I just like vibe and like not have an issue? Like, can we just like chill? Like, can we just chill? Can I just exist in this earth and not feel stressed that somebody's gonna aim a sniper at my forehead and shoot me? I think it's hard when you are in a committed relationship and your partner is not a motivated mindset to be ready to co-sacrifice. Yes! Yes, that's so it, though. Like, for me, like, I'd be ready to, like, do what I can. Like, I'm a very caring person. It's just, like, who I am. It might not seem like I am to some, but in terms of relationships, I guess. I don't know. I feel like a hypocrite saying that because some people in the chat are probably like, Nem doesn't care about me. Nem doesn't like me. But I think I am. Has that happened to you before? What? Like somebody saying like my apartment isn't nice so they don't want to date me? Yeah. That has happened. Hi, Kay. Not puts my sniper down, please, Ava. Oh! I thought that was gonna kill me. Oh, fuck. I can't believe you beat the game without fire arrows. True! This is my naked Link run. We're gonna wear no armor the entire game. Having a sniper pointed at your head. Oh, it happens often. What is this for? Like, actually, what is this for? Is it just, like, to show you that you can, like, launch things? I think it's just, like, a demonstration. Yep, see? We have people waking up at this late of a night. Is that a problem for some of you? Is that a problem for some of you individuals that don't want to support your friends waking up this late? You don't want to tell them good morning. You don't want to say good night at 7 a.m. Wow. 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 We live in a society that people don't want to say good morning to their friends or their partners. Wow. That is a full mood, though. I'm very particular on who I share my thoughts and concerns with because I've been burned so many times. Yes, me too. Yes, exactly. Exactly, me too, Ava. I think the only person that I've really been able to open up to and I'm very grateful for lately, well, of course, like I've known, like Mia, Gray, and everybody, like all the mods for a long time. But one of the newer mods, Talos, not to be gay or anything, but like, I don't think I would have survived the last couple months without Talos. Like, he's been a blessing in my life to just have somebody there that, like, listens, understands, and supports, and is not a hater, and is not talking crap. Like, he's such a good friend to have. But, like, I don't open up to a lot of people. I think that's, like, literally the only person I've really opened up to in the last, like, year and a half. I don't do that. Because I've been burned. And like I actually said this, I wish the GCX panels were live streamed so y'all could watch they're somewhere, the GCX panels. Am I saying it again correctly? I said on the LGBT panel, I said there's a very large competitiveness in the LGBT culture, like in terms of like even relationships, friends, like our hobbies, like everything. Sometimes it's so competitive, whether it's like relationships or even like appearance or our jobs and stuff like that. Like you want to be the you want to be the icon, you want to be the imagery, you want to be that. So I don't like saying this on stream, but I've been burned so many times by people that are caught up in the competitiveness, and I'm just not. I'm just like, whatever, like I'm being successful, but people are unfortunately so involved in being competitive, and I'm just not a competitive person. Like all of my friends are online. It's so funny. I do not have any IRLs. So I think that's interesting you say that, Cole. By the way, hi Goose. I'm so sorry. I just like didn't want to ruin my train of thoughts. Do you like raccoons? You see that one TikTok of someone petting their raccoon? Has 1,000 hours on DVD. I'm not a competitive person, and please. I don't know why I have 1,000 hours in that game. There is something wrong with me. What's DVD? Dead by Daylight. I don't stream it. Don't get excited. We all need true besties to share secrets with us and trust that not gonna backstab us behind our backs. I agree. I agree. Also, I want to let it be known, this is not me. I know we're talking about people that have burned us, but like, this is not me making an open forum against anybody. Like, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just saying, in my life, things have happened that I am not very happy about. Even for me, like, I've done things that I'm not proud of. I'm just saying, speaking publicly, that I wish some things were handled a little better on my part and with other people. Like, I can't control everybody. I'm not here to like slander anybody. I'm just saying in the general grander scheme of things, I'm sure we all can relate to being not great at all times. Yeah, it's you. The one that I say me and who. And it's a picture of like somebody, I don't know. I tried making a funny, it didn't work. Fizz Opera, thank you so much for the follow. Please be patient with the 5-minute cooldown to enter the chat. I would really appreciate it, but welcome to the community. Not my kind of game. Yeah, I don't stream it. I just like, I just kind of, you know. And you are, Ava. Avacious. Y'all have changed my mindset on relationships in the long distance format because I associated with dating long distance. Those cartoon twins cuddling have ruined my life. Yes, I know! And on TikTok too, it's like, oh yeah, let's cuddle, and it's like watching something. And then I saw one that was Scooby-Doo, and I was like, it's over for me. It's over. Or like, there was another one that's like horror movies. I'm like, it's over. What do you mean by that, Cole? What do you mean change their mindset? Like, you just thought, like, long distance and stuff was just, like, stupid? Yes, the Steven Universe one! The way our For You pages are the same thing. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, my tit's gonna come out. Well, it's not like Twitch fucking cares, because they, you know, promised to put me on front page and didn't for Pride Month. What was that? Who said that? Guys, look over there, it's Wendy!
What was that?
I don't know who said that. Those make me want to redacted. In like a good way or a bad way? She got her chair back. Yeah, I was supposed to get a new gaming chair, but I don't think that's gonna happen anymore. So Delta chair lives on, but she's busted open. So true. I think House has said that before too. Like House was doing school and like going through some shit. And House was like, I love this community with Jack and Daxter. Not your shitter space. Huh? Oh my god, the tutorial's over. We won. Sorry. If anybody's interested in the cutscene, go somewhere else. You should be here for my hot, sexy breasts.
That princess was my own daughter.
And not the story. Sorry. Anyways. Oh, shut up! Did you really? That's so funny. I don't even know how to like... I don't even know how to start a space. Oh my god. Not 30 seconds of you shitting. But yeah, all of my friends are literally online, so it's hard for me to not think of stuff that's not long distance. I'm like, oh, I have a friend, I can't see them IRL. It just is not in the cards. I mean, it is. And it should be. I wish that would be more normalized. Like, just like hanging out, like making plans to go see your friends long distance. Like, clear your weekend. Go do something. Like, I would fly to Chicago in a heartbeat if people were free, but everybody's usually busy. I feel like that is normalized. No, I don't think people do it enough. I don't think people like just think it's just like not normal. Oh, I killed him. Haha, noob. I'm not gonna have inventory space. This is horrible. Okay, thanks. Yes, I am going to TwitchCon. It's not even an option for me. Like, it's not like, are you going? It's like, where am I staying? What's happening? Like, I'm definitely going. I haven't booked it yet, but I will, maybe. I mean, not maybe. I'm going to. I agree. Yeah, I don't have a lot, like, there's nobody on East Coast, really. It's, like, literally, like, Chicago and, like, Seattle or Arizona. Or, like the middle states. I don't even know what they're called. I think, like, Wisconsin and, like, Indiana. I'm thinking of oomfies. Excited to be the assistant, please. It's gonna slay. Geography, please. I wanted to go to Amsterdam TwitchCon so bad. I really did. I didn't get my passport. I don't have my passport yet. I applied for it. It should be coming soon. Or whatever you want to call it. I filed for it, not applied. Okay. Good one. Okay. There we go. I mean, honestly, in all seriousness, like, I don't know if I can do another con by myself. Like, Marisol was so great to have at GCX. Not even as, like, an assistant, but, like, just to have another set of hands. Like, can you zip this for me? Or can you hold my phone while I take a picture? PAX was dreadful because there were stream queens there, but, like, getting ready in my hotel room alone, horrible. Because we all stayed at different hotel rooms. Well, different hotels. So, like, having to put my nails on, having to get in the Uber by myself, having to do all that, I was like, this is horrible. I don't know why I did it by myself. I should have brought a friend. It'd be one thing if I was out of drag, but I can't show up to events being me and show up out of drag. People don't know who I am. I went to get a drink at GCX at the bar, and there were people I met earlier that day that didn't recognize me because I was out of drag. So I had no say in anything. So that's why that one day I was in drag for almost 13 hours. Because I'm insane. Oh yeah, we need to get the Tingle outfit. The Tingle outfit is in the middle of the map, I remember. It's near the castle. I actually do a lot of skincare. As much as I say I do a lot of skincare, and I'm like, yeah, I use Got2b hairspray to set my face like an idiot. But, I mean, afterwards I do a lot of skincare. I use CeraVe moisturizer. I use, what's it called? Cetaphil face cleanser. Then I do a Cetaphil face foam wash. Then I do a face mask. Or I use, like, spray. Like a water spray. I forgot there was a Xenoblade crossover. And then, like, to take off my face, I don't, like, just use a makeup wipe because that breaks you out. I use, Clinique Take the Day Off Balm, and it, like, scrubs the makeup off. And cold cream does that, but cold cream breaks you out. Because, like, it's not great. Clinique will keep your skin looking good. And then I use a makeup wipe to, like, tear it off. But, like, otherwise, I'm not fucking using a makeup wipe to scrub off my entire face. I don't know how people do it. I really do not know how people just do that. I feel the makeup still on my skin if I don't use Clinique. I just put it on my throne because I need more. Oh wow, that was a lot of damage. Fucking losers. I can't. What were they like hoarding? There's a fish. Yeah, and like you can still feel it on your face after you use a makeup wave. I'm like, are we, like, what are we doing? I need to get a tower. Am I gonna make this? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. Oh, Korok. Are you gonna make yourself known? What? Did I need wind? I forget how you do that. Anyways. Oh my god, when my face like dissolved at GCX because like it was hot out in Florida, I was like, how did this happen? But it was literally because I used hairspray as a setting spray, so the hairspray like ruined my makeup. Oh my god, not a fucking booger. Like a snot rocket. Jesus. Oh, a tower. Wait, did I get that one? I mean, I did die. It was so... I mean, I don't mind Florida weather, actually. I'd rather it than Mass weather. I can't. It was literally 90 degrees one day, and then it rained, and it was 60 degrees the next day. I can't do this any longer. I really hate living here. Who moving out with me? Nyaha! Just a little guy! Our first little guy! This little guy. Yahi! I love the Koroks so much. They mean so much to me. Like, Makar and Wind Waker is one of my favorite characters of all time. He's such a baby! I love them. Okay. Wait, that's T. I should induct the Korok to the little guy club. I'm so messed up for not. That's so messy of me. Can you stop? A lizard! I do too. I wish they would just put it on Switch. I don't know why they haven't. Aha, flop. I'm gonna take this meat and I'm gonna run. Aha, took your meat. Goodbye. Did he jump off the cliff? I thought he jumped off. That's T. I was gonna add another guy to the Little Guy Club, and I forgot who it was. Oh no, not me being horrible. Who was it? What have I been playing? I've been playing Monster Hunter Rise. I don't know if there's a little guy in that. Chris, thank you for the follow. Was it Breath of the Wild that put open world games on the map? Definitely not. Yeah, the HD one is pretty slay. Oh, that's T. Oh, it was Monster Hunter Rise. It's the Palico. I sent it to Mia. It's like a Palico and like a cute little outfit. It's so cute. I love this fit, bestie. Thank you. Welcome in. It keeps almost falling off, so if it does fall off, nobody look. Oh, thank you for the biddies. Sorry, I'm sniffling. I'm gonna take these gloves off for a little bit. It's getting a little hot under the gloves. Boobs away. Oh, my hands are so clammy. Wish I had lotion, but I don't have anything. So true. I haven't seen any besties in merch lately. Like, it's been a while. The last one, well, Curtis looking fine as hell, working out, being a hunk in his merch. But that's the last I've seen. I do need to get a new design. So true. 4 Nem shirts and more to come. So true. I asked my artist to make a new design for like my stream aesthetic. And I just like never filed anything past that. So I wanted to make a Pisces princess shirt and like make it my profile picture on Twitch, but I never followed up on that. So maybe I should. See, there's Curtis. Not you walking in while I'm like fangirling. Like, he's hot, he's wearing my shirt. And what? Put all 4 of them on, T. Do it. Uh-oh. Not a guardian. We gotta let him know. Does this tell me where the outfit is? Does it really? I would buy. I have to commission my artist to do it, and right now my family's struggling with money, so I can't afford anything right now. Just streaming. I don't know why I bought the Fire Emblem game. Stupid decision. But like, I know my emote artist too is gonna be like, yeah, that's gonna be like a lot of money for all those emotes. And I'm like, well, it's over for me. Oh, Jesus Christ. We are not where we want to be right now. There's a strategy. Why isn't there romance? Do you understand how mad that makes me? It makes me very mad. My artist and I have been working together for a while, so they kind of like just do like a package deal for me usually, which is nice. But yeah, very expensive. And we have like 25 emote slots, so I'm like, we need to fill them. Like, we need to. I was so ready to become a partner, and then like now I'm a partner and I'm like, I don't have anything ready. Okay, what do you mean? I thought a lot of them did have romance. I thought that was like the gimmick. Can't you like have babies in like one of the DS games? Okay. Okay, I'm alive. I'm literally struggling, fighting for my life right now. Oh, come on. I was playing it last night, actually. I think whatever the one is you wanted me to play first. The one we played on the 24-hour stream. I played that one last night. And somebody died very quickly, and I was like, oh, interesting. We're already killing some of the characters, killing the cast. Okay, was that necessary? No! Ah! Why is that there? Go away. Freak. Looking correct. Thank you. I took my time with my makeup today. Even though I started getting ready at 9 o'clock and started stream at 10 o'clock. I don't know what's wrong with me. I do know what's wrong with me, but that's my business. I guess I should walk the path it wants me to walk. But that's boring. Is that a horse stable? It's not a horse stable. Okay. When do we meet Sidon? All bets are off. Well, it's like a good idea to climb this mountain because this path is like not safe. Yeah, I'm aware there's a shrine nearby, but I'm not going to climb the mountain right now. That's too much. That is so embarrassing. I just wanted to mine. That was too... Okay. Anyways. Moving on. Can I just get past this part? Like, what is wrong? I want to let everybody know, for the last 2 days, I've had dreams about donuts. So if anybody wants to make that dream a reality, you can go to my throne and buy me a gift card so I can get a donut. I don't know why I've been dreaming about donuts. Like, what am I, Homer Simpson? I don't understand. Oh, I didn't realize there was a shrine right here. Are you gonna lick it? Is that what you want me to do? Sure. Oh, that's an Ariana Grande reference. You bet our house music. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Buying Nem merch. I know that's right. Shout out house music. So true. Oh, look at all them sleeping. They're so cute. Stupid. Oh. You're dumb. Oh my god, I remember that guy that you can trade monster parts for Dark Link outfit. He's a little guy. Or the demon horse lady. I forgot there's so many things in this game. The demon horse fairy. And the great fairies. I forgot about the great fairies in this game. They're so stunning. When I do a great fairy look, what then? Oh, it's Shadi. Shadi, I was just talking about how we wanted donuts earlier. So I cry. We are in shambles. And we used to be able to get donuts right next to our house, but they got rid of it. So, like, kind of mad about that. Like, we could have just literally walked across the street, and they ruined it for us. We can never have anything nice. What time is it? Oh, I'm like, I would order it, but we can't. Another day in the life of the gays. How you feeling, Shadi? Are you alive? Are you recovering? Matas. I forgot how annoying this shrine is. Shouty. Shouty. Think about how my mom watches the Tomodachi live streams. I have Becky. So true. I was telling Ma that there's a video game that I'm playing right now that you can, like, have a pet dog that'll help you fight monsters, and I named it Becky. And then Becky walked into the kitchen, and I was like, hey, girl. Oh, I have to go down there. Oh my god. Am I gonna fall off the edge? Okay, we're good. Listen, I know everybody wants a Tomodachi Life stream. I know we want to adventure back in Tomodachi Life, but I don't even know how to get back into it. Like, what are we gonna do? Visit them and be like, Yeah, thank you. Yummy food, and then that's it. Like, we need a spice, we need a concept when we go back to it. I'm like, what are we gonna... I forgot how she takes up half the bed, please. She's quite large. They'll have news since it's been so long. I don't think so, though. They're probably gonna be like, my tummy hurts. And then that's it. Very different from Monty. Monty's been a little adventurer lately. He'll come downstairs and run around. Like, what are you doing, bro? He's trying to escape again.
Yeah.
Also, if you don't like Beetle, you're weird. Beetle is one of the best characters in Zelda. Just saying. Y'all are mad at me, but at least they made things interesting. No, that's T. No, I can't reset it. We have so many iconic characters. I'll figure it out. I just have to conceptualize, but I don't have the brain power to do that, so. No, you can't make places for them. They're just kind of chilling. Can we get a horse? Not me stealing this. Wait, you can pet the dog. Hi. Hello. You can give it food. Hold on. We have meat. Oh no, we don't have the right meat. Dang it, I want to feed it food. Oh! Oh, it ate the apple! Oh, it's following me! Look at the way it walks. Are those chickens? Is that a chicken? I know there's horses out here. Where are they? I know there is. See, they're right there. I know. You have to sneak up on them. I want the pink one, but it's gonna get angry at me. Oh, you guys are so unfun. You must be great at parties. The cuckoo jellies. You want to see my cuckoo? I want the pink one. Is that pink? Oh, it's gonna hate me. I got it! Oh my god, it's such a pretty pony. Look at how pretty she is! Wait, she's so me. Pink with blonde hair. She's so me. Okay, okay. Oh, don't anger the chicken, please. Yes, I do. Please don't. I'm afraid this is gonna say a bad word. Hold on. Okay, it didn't. Knowing me, I've probably made a nasty horse name, so. Shut up, She kind of looks like Princess Peach. She's pink with blonde hair. Not Wendy. That would be mean. Not Alaska. Oh, calm down. Oh my god, we get to go see Hestu. If y'all have never seen this game, y'all need to meet Hestu. Hestu is the most angelic Korok baby I've ever met. I love him so much. He's not a little guy, but he is a little guy in spirit. He's a big little guy. My horse doesn't like me enough yet. Stop, Peach, I swear. I want one! I want a Korok tattoo. Okay, please. Just, you're fine. Look at him! He's so cute. I'm Hestu. They stole his maracas. You guys are fucked up. What is wrong with you? I'll take care of them, Hestu. They'll wish they never did that to you. Watch this, Mr. Krabs. Bitches. Oh, ouch. Oh, get owned. Give me the maracas. When I take pictures in this look and I have my ass out, it's over for everybody. I fear. I do. Yes. Do your little dance. Here it goes. I think I'm gonna do weapon stash first, at least. I mean, I gotta. Oh, are my gloves on the wrong hands? He's about to do his little dance. How could you hate Hestu? There's something wrong with you if you don't like this character. Goodbye, I love you. Does he have a little butt? Where's my horse? Oh. Let's ride. Turn! Girly, I gotta make her love me. She doesn't love me right now. She kinda hates me. She hates my guts. I think I started it, but I never finished it. I think for whatever reason, I started where I left off playing off stream. So I started at the ice dungeon and I had no idea what to do. So I think if I were to reset and do the entire story, it'd probably be good. I don't know what possessed me to do it that way, but I guess I did, so. Thank you, Chris. Oh, the FPS, please. Oh, it's a lot higher than I thought. My sub just expired. Oop, hey. Hey. Thank you so much for 16 months. That is so crazy. Oh, how time flies when I'm playing video games that are flops. Time flies when I'm a flop. She's so me. She said, a man? Ah! Also, Lincoln, no clothes. She's probably like, what the? Impa!
So, you're finally awake.
She's so queen.
It has been quite a long time, Link. I am much older now, but you remember me, don't you? Oh,
I was hoping for an extended cutscene, but whatever.
oh.
Impa!
Oh. Oh. Oh.
16 months and your sub badge is still gold. When does it evolve? I gotta fix that. I think with being partner, I have more sub badges I can customize too. But I haven't really looked at it. Is it 18? It's not an odd number. It has to be 18. not 2 years, is it? Interesting. Hey, girly. Oh, they got wigs? Why is it so expensive? Excuse the fuck out of me. Okay, let's go. I want to get the Tingle outfit. Let's go get it. I don't care. I will sacrifice my life for that outfit. And I don't think it's here. I think it's a clue that leads you to where it is. Did you know that Tingle has, like, his own game? And it's kind of problematic. I don't know if it's actually licensed by Nintendo. I think it is, but it's a Japan port. And it was canceled. Like, literally canceled. Have y'all ever heard about it? It's like a dating sim game, but like... Tingle is like written to be like kind of a redacted. For whatever reason. And I think that's why I didn't make it over. Yeah, it's like Game Boy. I think that's why it didn't make its way over here, because it's very problematic with how it's written. I enjoyed my time though, it's a fun game. I stream it, oh my god. Just kidding, I don't think it would be smart to stream, like, at all. There's like this booby robot lady, she's so funny. Is this it right here? Well, damn. He's written to be a PED, you finish it. Like, that's how it's written in the Japan port. It's definitely suspicious. No, it's not like he's like going like, yeah. I don't want to be like support like, oh my god, it's a good game, but like, it's not like it's following him being that. It's just like everybody like kind of is like, you're a weirdo, get away from me. I guess. I don't really know. I haven't played it in like 2 years, so. But what I'm trying to say, it's not you following and like romancing, you know. You get like a squad of characters like a JRPG. What does it want me to do here? The royal family collected historical significant outfits, and they were stolen by a bandit. Among other items were stolen with green garments. There's a journal that places the locations of the treasure somewhere in the outpost ruins. Oh! Where's the journal? Oh, right here. I hid 8 priceless relics I stole from Hilo and treasure chests. I shall write down their locations. The ancient mass lies at the ruins of the soldiers gathered. The water... Oh my god, fuck. The green garments of the man who wished to be a fairy are hidden in the ruins of Hyrule Field. Find these pieces at the ruins where the trade flourished. At the ruins where the sinners were imprisoned. In the village next to the farmlands where... I have to go to the endgame spot. Alright, guys. Fun's over. When we beat the game, oh my god. Yes. I remember this happening. Like, I remember being like, oh my god, I have to go to the endgame area. But it's not like I haven't gone to this area before. This is kind of the strat you're supposed to do anyways. You're supposed to go to the endgame area to get the good loot so you can fight the monsters. This is what I do in Master Mode. When I played Master Mode, I went to the endgame area, went to the dungeon, got the good weapons, and left. My 4 hearts, that only 2 of them are filled. Okay. Looks like we're walking. I do the DLC to get the motorcycle too. That boss in the DLC is insane. I couldn't imagine doing it in Master Mode. That's nuts. Hello? Alright. Calm down, y'all. I hate these things. The ones that shoot the stones at you. Get away. Hello, everybody. We'll get wrecked. Oh, he's kind of owning my shit. Oh, oh, he's not dead. So I Google what? Where is the tower? Oh my god, I forgot the mini bosses around the map. Wait, when I walk upon... I'm gonna walk next to a stone boss by accident. Oh my god. I just realized. Yeah! See, it's the fan base. It's not Tingle. Tingle in Wind Waker is my favorite design. Because he just looks like he looks so cute. There's another Korok. There's 900 Koroks in this game. Did you know that? Good luck collecting all of them. Well, he doesn't act like that in any of the main games, I don't think. Gene, thank you so much for the follow. Surprise, thank you for the follow. Oh my god, that is so far away. I can't. I don't even remember what the hint said. That coffee's hitting me. Like I'm gassy. Like burpee. I look so hot. Like, not to be, like, conceited. But, like, I kind of ate. Oh, fuck off. I think one of the pieces is here. Oh my god. Well, we're about to go to the area that I need to loot the area, so I'm just gonna get rid of all this stuff that's a flop. Trust the Duchess. I think there's one here. I remember this area. There's one here. I remember. I'm not crazy! Anna Faris. Slay, look at that. Please. The Ganon set's a nice nice set too. Ooh, money honey. See, this is why you go to the endgame area. You get stocked up. It might be cheating a little. Well, no, it's not cheating because it's part of the fucking game. There's something over there. I smell it. Oh, I think it's here. I think it's over here. Yes! This is it. Oh, it's the Ganon set. Oh well, we found something nice. Can you repair the weapons, or do they always break? I don't think you can repair them, but you can just pick them back up. Like, you can get new ones. Like, ooh, piece of candy. Like, you can reset the main building. Oh, please don't kill me. Oh, that was close. My earphones are hurting my ears today. That never happens. Like, my ears are uncomfortable. My ear holes. Oh, this is the area. This area is a bitch. I did not want to shoot you. Oh my god, no! Stupid skeleton bitch. Oh, my ears. I could play without my headphones, but I don't know if that'll work. I need to pee, so I'm gonna use the restroom. Game over. Stream's over. Good night. Outfit earring change? No, it's not my ears. Like, it's not the earrings hurting my ears, it's like the inside, like the headphones. You know when you wear headphones for too long? But I haven't been wearing my headphones for too long. I'm like, why does it hurt? Because I've gone longer before. Like, what the hell? Just like, in Scooby-Doo. Every time the camera cuts away from Daphne, she's like wearing a new outfit. It's camp. Channel Point Redemption where you leave and come back as Velma. I honestly thought of just doing cosplays lately. I want to get more outfits, but I can't spend my money lately. I got a protein bar, so. I went grocery shopping, which was nice. Haven't been grocery shopping in like 2 months. It's very nice to go get food. Like it's a shitty Snapchat filter, please. Just put it right on top of my head. Oh, but I want him naked. Do you mind? When I steal his horse? Ow! What slurp sound effect? I thought the one in the back didn't see me. Huh. Great. Oh my god, I forgot about Rivali's Gale. I'm like, why do I remember this game being so much easier? It's because you can use Rivali's Gale when you get it. Can you go away? Oh, my back. Ow. The way I literally threw my back out by accident. I didn't even do anything. I was just stretching in my chair. I literally fucked it up 2 days ago and it's still in pain. I can do this without... It's possible. I've done it. Well, not when I'm on the wrong side of the tower. God damn it. Enough. Literally, get a job. Get off my back. Okay, this needs to stay up here while I'm sitting like this. My pointy boobs. What was that? Does the blanket look like I have pointy boobs? Ooh. My torpedoes. Okay, perfect. So now... I forgot what the hints were. It was, yeah, like, Curtis was right. It was like something where they lied, the dungeon, and then something else. So there's one definitely in the field, but I don't know where. Oh, I remember that one. It's like the town in front. It wants you to go to the far left. Because there's like there's a destroyed village, I remember. I just wish I had mobility. Thanks, dogs are out. Put those grippers away! Put those grippers away! Hey boy, you frying chicken in there? Move. If I get shot, I swear to God. Hi, safety! Hello! I missed you too. I don't know what I'm doing with my life, but I'm happy to be streaming. You know, hey. Womp womp. Womp womp. Can you guys go away? Enough. Keys. Keys. I give you a kiss. I give you a smooch. A kiss. Oh. Well, that's there. Oh, give me a fucking break. Guys, is it that serious? Literally, like, calm down. Okay, I physically remember there being a burned down village, and that's where one part of the Tingle set is. I could be wrong. Yep, right here. Right? No. Yes. No. Yes. It's all the way in the back. What is that? Oh, it's a fox. Oh my Jesus fucking Lord. Oh my God. Ah! I can do this. Don't question me. I think you need to F off. It would also help if I had the Master Sword, but I don't. Not yet. Oh, Jesus. I'm not here. Stealth 500. Oh. Go away! freak. Watch me be going the wrong way. Yeah, I knew that thing was gonna get up. Okay. What now? Oh my god, you're still on me? Get a life. Okay, it's over here somewhere. It's like literally over here. I'm not crazy. I see something over there. Little guy. I actually lied. I don't think it's over here. No, it is. It has to be. I think it's on the other side. Oh my god. Unless it's down here, I don't know. I'm gonna climb on this to see if we can find it. Get a vantage point. It might be up there. Oh, I'm determined. Or right there? I remember it being in like an abandoned house area. This is totally where it is. Nice. I think it's on the other side. But then what's over here? Because it just looks barren. Like, there has to be something. No, it's on this side. I'm not crazy. Oh, not the green screen doing that. I'm not crazy. Is that the castle? Oh. I could go into the castle and check the other side. Like go in the castle, go to the dungeon, get the part that's in the dungeon, and then come out on the other side. Because I think it's Hyrule Cathedral. Wait, then it's here. Wasn't there a hint about praying? Oh, Castletown Ruins. Is it? Oh my god, I think it's in Central Square. Oops, something just popped. What just fell out? Am I good? Oh, scary. I felt something fall. My boob just falling out. It's so true. Okay. What the? Oh, please. As if we care. IDGAF. Oh, not it raining. Ah! Okay. Okay, we have to get to the dungeon. Arrows? Yes. Okay. The thumbnail for this video. The hunt for the tingle set. Oh, Jesus. No! Oh, somebody make it. I would be nothing if it wasn't for Tingle! Ah! What do you think I could do the ice? Maybe I can... No, that's way too far. Okay, I have to make this. Oh, I got it. Just be patient. Be patient. Got you. Aren't there Lionels in this area? Let me lock the door. I'm like scared. I like don't want to walk into the wrong area. And then a Lionel just fucks my shit up. No, there is. I remember there is. And they lock you in the room and they're like, you're gonna fight. Nice. Okay. Oh no. Please don't find me. Those things will literally rock your shit. No idea how we're gonna get up here. Is that even... I don't even think that's possible. I think we might as well just jump across. And then ignore this guy. Would you look at that? Yummy stones. Boy, I'm so good at this game. Fuck you. Let's ride, besties. Let me save. Whee! Well, that was fun. Uh-oh. Is that? Oh no. I think this is a boss. I knew it! Oh my god! Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god, what are we gonna do? You can fight this guy. I could fight him. Please. It's Talos, oh my god. I could beat him. I could. I believe in myself. Oh, pfft. Oof! Ugh. If that thing would have fucked off, like it was literally in my way. No, come on, stay the right way. Go the other arm. Damn it. Oh! No! Oh, this is that. Oh, that was so close. It's in like the weirdest spot. Well, now we're fucked. Actually, maybe not. GG. Did that with level 1 items. I'm kind of a god. Give it up for me. And this activated, thank God. I was like, how are we gonna climb up? Yes! Slay, I'm so happy. Let's go through here. Uh-oh, not the lizard guys. Let me run past this guy. Excuse me. Please don't kill me. Uh-oh. Oh my God, why was it all the way over here? I just want to reiterate, this is the endgame area. Don't know why I'm here, I'm stupid. We're not supposed to be going up, we're supposed to be going down. Oh shit, fuck. Where is the dungeon? The way I could have killed him, but I fucked up. Oops. Give me that. Run! Oh, this is the room. This is the good loot room. Take the shit and run! This guy's dumb as fuck. Oops. I mean, you're not dumb, I'm dumb. Oopsie. Blah, blah, blah. Please don't hurt me! Where is the dungeon? This is another outfit. It's not a very pretty outfit. I want this one open. Am I just not hitting it? I guess not. I'm a speedrunner. She's a runner, she's a track star. This is the room with the food in it. We get some good food. Go up the hall first. You didn't see me. You did not. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, boys. So sorry. Please, just give me the food so I can run. Oh god. I'm slowing down. Bananas! Oh, they're not bananas. Sorry. Oh my god. Okay. Let's go down this hallway. I think we can surf down this hallway. That was fun. Get a job. Get out of my face. Oh my god, stay away from me. Oh! Now. Alright, let's calm down. Oh god, they cornered me. Ah! Where is the dungeon? Well, it's clearly not up, so let me adjust that. Eep! Here we go. This is, oh! What was that? This is where the dungeon is. At least I thought. What? There's entrances around here. Did it break? What is that? Oh. Is this it? Please tell me through this is the fucking dungeon. I swear to God. I feel like I'm on the right track. Like, what is this fog? Are we in Silent Hill? Here's the dungeon. Why can't I get in? Do I have to go out and come back in the other way? Why can't I just go through? Why does everything have to be difficult? Ow. Girl, watch your mouth. Oh my God. Get fucked. Oh, Jesus. Oh no. Nah. Oh. I hate my life. I can fight a stone talus, but not a fucking lizard man. I can't. Oh. Alright, everybody needs to mind their business. Everybody, go to your cells. Leave me be. Is it in this one? Where is it? Tingle, where are you? Oh, Jesus. Oh, I don't have a weapon equipped. Oopsie. Let's fix that. Oh! Okay, so now there's no dangers. At least everybody locked up. Let me just figure out where this single thing is. Like, where are you? What? Why is it not in here? Well, the Hylian shield is right here. Do I think I can fight this? No, maybe. Let's give it a shot. We have some good loot. Hello, sir. Okay, you're very close. Back it up. Lol. Oh, I can 100% do this. Girl, I'll just do this and I win. Easy. That was so easy. And now we have the best shield in the game. Hi, Diamond Dave. William, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Would you look at that? Oh! Well, that is so awkward. Anyways, do it again. Period. That was so easy. I'm shocked. I remember that being a lot harder. Maybe I was like playing on hardcore mode and I was like, what the fuck? So the Tingle outfit isn't here. We lost. So I did all of this for nothing. Ooh! My foot fell asleep, so sitting up, that definitely is a feeling. I also have to pee again, so. I guess I do need help then if I can't find the set. Do you know, can you relay the hints to me again? Go piss girl, them. So true. Where sinners were imprisoned. They say I'm a dreamer. Off to bed, keep on the... Thank you so much for the lurk. Good night. So where are they imprisoned? Gay gasp. A girl gasped. Oh my god, why is the music so crazy right now? Calm down. You had the right idea before you entered the castle. Well, it's over. Oh well, we got the Hylian shield and we got a lot of stuff to sell, so I'm pleased. And I'll have a sexy outfit to meet Sidon in. Are we Team Sidon or Team Rivali? I know there's like two sides to the coin. People are like, Rivali girl, Sidon girl. I think there's one literally right here. Like, I'm not crazy. Like, literally right in the fountain. Nope, you don't see me. I'm John Cena. Haha. Stop, I'm John Cena, you can't see me. Pieces where the trade flourished. I want to figure out the riddle without looking it up. I want to be a big brain girl. I want to use my brains and show that I'm smart and sexy too. Oh, please. I want to show people that I still got it. What's that? It's not what we need, but I'm gonna open it anyway. Slay, money honey. But you know what I mean. Where the trade flourished, at the ruins where sinners were imprisoned. The cathedral. Sin. Like gay people. Wait, I don't like that because it's called the fairy set. Excuse me, Nintendo. Watch your mouth. Okay, it's literally gonna be where I was earlier and I didn't see it. I'm gonna scream and shit. I hate my life. Ava, please. Yeah, and where sinners were punished, like being gay is sin, a homosexual. I can't say it like she does. Terry Jo runs TikTok. I only go on TikTok to see Terry Jo. Like, why even bother making more TikToks when Terry Jo exists? Gasp. A girl gasped. You say I'm a dreamer. I can't stop singing that. After this TikTok I saw of some girl playing it on her TV and her laptop at the same time. Hi, John. John, I'm just trying to find the tingle set and it's like literally being homophobic. I can't. I'm gonna lose my freaking marbles. My marbles are gonna be lost at sea. They're gone. Why can't I be a smart girl? A smart they that. Why is there just a Korok chillin'? Oh, because we were here before. How interesting that. I'm gonna kill this. I'm gonna kill this guy. I'm gonna murder his ass. Get fucking owned. Giggles. Parentheses, it's not. Okay, guys, I'm convinced. It's right there. But how do we get rid of the fire? I mean, how do we get fire? I don't have fire arrows. I start a campfire. I am convinced. Oh my god, please. Jesus Christ. Do you guys have like a match? Anyone? Literally, can I get a flint and steel? Minecraft! Sick Minecraft reference. If I don't get this tingle set, I'm gonna fucking rip my balls off. Huh? What? Do I pull out the book? I don't think it has the DLC in it, I'm just kidding. Oh, there's one over here. Like, actually, there's one right there. I'm not crazy for this one. It's actually one right here. Eh. But there is one right there. I know there's one. I swear to God, if I need fire. I know it. I know him, y'all. I know him. I don't even have any explosives. Can I make fire? No, I can't. Wait, can I? Wait. Wait. God fucking fuck. I can see it. I have the best idea. Ooh, cheater moment. Move, I'm gay. I have the amiibos, so maybe we can get some fire arrows. Oh my God, I need to change my top. This is too much. You have the tools you need. You don't know that! I don't have a flint. Oh. It was a Korok thing! I'm gonna... Ah! I love y'all, but... I can't. Not all that for the Korok. I'm looking for the Tangle set! Oh, please. Yeah, and what about it? He just killed me for the last hour. There's 900 more Koroks. He'll live. Well, he won't because I killed him, but... So where do we think this tingle set is? Yes, there's literally 900 in the game. Like, actually 900. Y'all, I just disappeared because I was like, let me change my top, and then my top was literally like right next to me this entire time. I can't. Just kidding. I don't think I can wear this on Twitch. Well, I just wore a bullet bra. I'll be fine. Well, I don't know. Yeah, no. Hold on. Can I even put this on? I need more clothes. I say that with an entire drag closet, but like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, but I was just gonna wear a strapless bra, and I feel like that's, like, not... I mean, I guess it's kind of like a bikini. Thank you for the follow. Not the Vivian. I can't. I still can't believe they were in the top for that fucking music thing. That was just... That was... I don't know where to look, y'all. I'm actually lost. Is it in this well? If it's in this well, I'm gonna scream. Okay, thank God. Wait. There's something in there. No, there's not. You're my number 2. I thought this was gonna be it. L. Big L. I don't know why I'm struggling so hard. Marvel, thank you for the follow. What the? Anyways. That would have been so embarrassing if my Safari had porn on it. I just opened it. Anyways. How does this make sense? If this is Castletown, where is the Castletown prison? Because it's in Exchange Ruins. Oh, Money Exchange. Mabe Village Ruins and Castletown Prison. But if this is Castletown, East Castletown? West Castletown. So is it north? And then... Didn't it say Mabe Ruins? Am I crazy? Yeah, Mabe Village Ruins. So, here. Somewhere. And then Exchange Ruins. Welp. I love it how he sweeps my chimney. Ahaha. Let's not use this arrow. Oh. What? Okay. Huh? I don't either. I don't remember the Vivian. Oh. I just remembered I have food in my fridge. I could cry. Like, I literally could cry right now. Y'all don't understand. I've literally, like, gone without groceries for, like, months. I just, like, do that. I'm just like, yeah, I don't have food to eat. I don't know why that's, like, such a trend in my life. I'm like, yeah, oops. Stop. Your boyfriend seems like a great time. Does he have, a brother? A cousin, maybe? Looking for a beautiful woman with, many talents? Alright, fun's over, guys. Three of them at once? Don't make a dirty joke. I would never make a dirty joke. I would never do that. I would never do that. Never, never, never. The auto mod. That's camp. Yeah, in this chat, never. I would never say such profanities. I actually never swear, too. I don't know if you knew that about me. What's so funny? Why is that funny? I'm sick and tired of this. Yeah. Be afraid. Not a shaft. Oh my goodness. I think this is one. Nope, it's not. Is it? No, it's not. I already know this is gonna be a pain in the ass, so I'm just gonna kill it. Oh! I thought it would have insta-kill it. Oh no. Well, Jesus, they have a lot of health. Not this being my death. Another day. I just want to have the tingle set so I can adventure and be my gay self in the world. Well, I guess that means we have this again, so I can try it again and just insta-kill it. I guess you have to get it in the eye. I didn't think I was getting it right in the eye. I mean, I'm getting a lot of loot, so I don't really mind too much, because it's just gonna help us. I'm just annoyed that it's taking me so long to find this outfit. Like, where the fuck is it? Like, I literally remember getting it, but I just, like, can't pinpoint where it is. Oh no. I don't even think we have the area unlocked yet. It says it's right here. Oh, I wish I had my horse! Oh, that's such a long way with the horse. It's not even worth it. Actually, oh, never mind. Yeah, it is a long way. What should I eat tonight for din din? Pasta, shrimp. What else do I have? Chicken, fries. I have French toast. I made French toast and eggs this morning. Oh, so good. I'm such a good chef. A man would be lucky to have me. IJS. Oh, please. Not it raining. Get a hobby. What the fuck is a filet mignon? The way we haven't even touched the surface of what to do in this game. Like, we haven't even encountered our first dragon. We haven't even done any of the divine beasts. This is gonna be a long series, isn't it? Best of Nem playing this. Except I don't edit it because I have no fucking time. And I hate watching myself. A filleted minion from Despicable. Did you see there's a new one? Isn't there a new one coming? Aha! Little fucker. Oh. I thought it was right here. It's not. It's over here. I remember it now. It's over here. 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 I lied to you all again. Oh, that's not it. Never mind. The fuck? So this is back there. I don't believe... I don't believe in this lifestyle. These LGBTs, I can't. There it is. Mission accomplished. We'll get him next time. Okay, not that auto scrolling. Excuse me. I'll scroll when I want to. There's one in Hyrule Field. And it's like right here-ish. It's like here. It says there's one right here. But that doesn't say anything. What is this area? Get me out of here. The misadventures of the Twink. Yeah, yeah. It's them all targeting me right now. I dodge, I dodge, I dodge. Almost there. Just kidding. What? That was violent, but worth it. Slay. Aha! See, I would have never understood any of these hints. They don't make sense. So, maybe make a better game. You fucking losers, Nintendo. Sorry, what? Who would say that? If Breath of the Wild doesn't come out in 2023, I think there's going to be a war against Nintendo. I think there will be. I'm not even lying. The stands are going to be so mad. Myself included, but like, not that mad. But they will be mad. Very mad. We still have to do the Master Sword. There's so much we have to do. So much we have to do. Are my eyes pretty? I squint them all the time, so I'm like... Oh, please. Come on. Thank you. Is a blood moon rising right now? I swear to God. Just one moment of peace. Oh my Jesus. Enough. Oh my God, get out of my face. Why is it on top of me? Get away. Alright, where is this fucker? Oh, is that it? It is. We did it, chat. After hours of looking, we did it. We did it. Can't you, like, pull out the thing and, like, do a selfie with it? I don't think I have camera mode yet. Oh yeah, I don't. Because it's supposed to be here. Anyways, back to the main story. Now it's Tingle's big gay adventure. We did it. The blood moon rises again, Link. Enough of these NFT companies wanting to collaborate with me. Get away from me. I take their money and run. Oh, wrong house. No, I don't want fire arrows. Do you have bomb arrows? Okay, I guess not.
Hey. Ah. Yeah. Ma.
Huh. Where are we supposed to go? Oh.
Yeah.
Long
The
cutscene.
history of the royal family of Hyrule is also the history of Calamity Ganon, a primal evil that has endured over the ages.
Lore dump.
This evil has been turned back time and time again by a warrior wielding the soul of a hero.
I have all the
and
Breath of the Wild
princess
amiibos.
who carries the blood of the goddess. With the passage of time,
I miss when they made
each
amiibos, like, for every
conflict
game.
with Ganon
They kinda fell
faded
off.
into legend. So listen closely as I tell you of this legend.
I have them all, though.
that occurred
I'm a big
10,000
amiibo collector.
years ago.
I hate that Nintendo does that. They introduce something and then it just falls off because they
Hyrule
just
has been
flop.
blossoming as a highly advanced
Smash with Echo
civilization.
Fighters,
Even
amiibos,
the most powerful
Tomodachi Life,
monsters
not on the
pose little
Switch.
threat to the denizens of the realm. The people thought it wise to utilize their technological prowess to ensure the safety
Well, yeah,
of the
but
land
still.
should
I think they're really
Calamity
cute.
Ganon ever
I like
return.
collecting them. Oh my god, my body is so tense.
They constructed 4 mechanical wonders that came to be known as the Divine Beasts. They also built a legion of autonomous weapons called Guardians. The Divine Beasts were piloted by 4 individuals of exceptional skill from across the land. And thus, the plan to neutralize Ganon was forged.
But then everybody fucking died. Oh.
Upon Ganon's inevitable return to Hyrule, the prince
I think I would be able to
and
stop
the
Ganon.
hero
If he
fought
tried me, he'd be...
alongside these
I'm just
4
built different.
champions
It'd be
against
over for
this
him.
ancient evil. The Guardians were tasked with protecting the hero as the Divine Beasts unleashed a furious attack upon their terrible foe. And when the hero wielding the sword that seals the darkness delivered his
Well, they only make it a certain
final
amount.
blow,
Like, the
the
Isabelle amiibos were
princess
so hard to
used
find when
her
they came out.
sacred power to seal
I just wanted the
the
Isabelle
will of
amiibo, and it took me like
Calamity
months to get it. I was like, wow. That's why when I see an amiibo that I don't have, I buy it. But it's very hard to find ones that I don't have.
Oh,
There's definitely like a handful I don't have, but not that I really want. I don't know. I wish I had an amiibo wall. That'd be so fierce. Like, people have like so many beautiful displays of all their stuff, and I don't have anywhere to display my stuff. It makes me sad.
Yeah.
Mementos. Mementos. Nematodes. How do we get up there? Oh, we have to go this way. Oh, my horse is here. Hold on. Come to mommy. Memento mori, please. I want my horse come to me. Hey, queen. That's not what I wanted. Do we go this way? Nope. We go back. Let's go, girly. All right. Jesus, my God. Just go. I'm so sorry. I wanted to meet a great fairy today or see a dragon, but that's not, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Hey! Hey! Hmm? Oh, hi.
I don't even remember how you get some of the armor for the horses, like, at all. I mean, I'm probably gonna stream this for the next couple streams. And by couple, I mean a lot, because we really didn't make any progress today. But I also have to end soon because I need to eat. But I don't know when I'm streaming next because I have to do a thing. I have to film something, so I'm not gonna push myself. But good night. Go. Oh my God, does this mean I'm a horse girl? A horse they them. Oh my God, I forgot about the gay construction worker. I don't remember taking this route, like, at all. Like, my first time playing. Can you just go, please? Oh wow, please, be nice. Can I climb up that? Okay. We made it. I forgot you can dye your outfits too. Oh, please. Give it up, sir. I think that's where I'm gonna call it. I don't know why I just closed that software. I could have just kept it up. Send my love to Marisol. I'm gonna eat some din din. I'm gonna take some pictures, and I will be back. If I get in drag for when I'm filming, I would assume the next time I get in drag, I would like to stream this. So, possibly tomorrow. Definitely on the 30th if I get in drag that day. But yeah, I will see you then. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for supporting. And yeah, I'll be on the timeline and in Discord and stuff until I stream next. But I'm trying to get back into streaming normally and getting into drag normally. But it's just a matter of if I get out of bed and do the shit. But you know, I'll see you on the next one, everybody. Thanks for hanging. Love you all.